Because I want to... Oh, the name was Japanese and then it flicked to English on the taskbar. You wouldn't have seen that at all. Interesting. It must load the Japanese first and then load the English. But alright, we got the magical turnabout. So let's do it. I've got my coffee. We gotta think about this because also I'm gonna get in the mode to write some witness testimonies for the Star Wars TTRPG session that we're gonna play next. Which will include the trial of Supe Sulidis Neko. And that'll be very difficult for the defense attorney if the defense attorney can actually pull it off. So that'll be interesting. So, right, the 28th of April, 9:15 in the morning. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's just been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all of this. Get it together, Apollo. Yikes, Athena, what? When did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuta Sadmari guy. Is Mardi's, well, I know Mardi in French is Monday. I wonder if that translates to something like a sad Monday or something. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. The trial's Manfred von Karma? Okay, interesting. So what gameplay mechanic are they going to introduce with him? What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't going to be a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready, why I know I can leave Tracy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Well, not like Phoenix had a choice. He wouldn't be able to get back in time. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. If you say so, Apollo. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine. Oh, the trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine. All right, let's do this. Tracy's fate and the fate of the agency rest on this trial. This is it, justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. I need to get onto the editing of some of these too, because I missed today. But I was busy doing other things, so that happens. 9:30, so it's 15 minutes. Oh, I'm fine. Court is now in session. All rise. It's day 1. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh, what voice am I gonna give him? I haven't had to give him a voice yet. Look at that cloth. How is he even keeping that up around his head? He's definitely magic. And the prosecution? Prosecutor Sharpmutty. A thousand pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying, yes. Yes, I see. You're a Kurainist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I'm but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Kurain. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmany, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly, in the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Zone, or Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin. No, you're just sad, Muddy. He's really been making a name for himself, apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play today. I wonder. He's got a whole ass scroll with his opening statement. Let's go. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was a Man of Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mysterious. Oh my goodness. Man of Mystery? Come on. Also, what do we have again? We have the show footage. Oh, we can watch it, but I remember it fairly well. Stage of number 2. That has the rubber sword in it, that sword stand. That's probably going to be important for that. Make sure my nose is clearing. You got the clipboard. Oh yeah, that was tricking Trucy. Okay, contract. A fire bouquet. The fingerprinting results. And a crime photo, which was that. Yeah, it was stabbed in the back more. And 13 years ago, alright. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. Autopsy report added to the court record. Okay, the autopsy report, finally. So 10:30, April 27th. Shock as a result of being stabbed through the back with a sharp blade. So the actual cause of death was not the stabbing, it was the shock from it. Okay. So his death was just an unfortunate accident. It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus, that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see, and you believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I, unfortunately, had no other choice but to conclude as such. So that's how it's going to be, huh? We're gonna have Evil Bonnie, and these two. I'm not sure if she would have been able to do it because she was in front the whole time. Like, in view of everyone, anyway. Wait, does it say what time the recording was? No, it doesn't. Because the time of death on the autopsy report's 10:30. Or 10:30. And when did he actually die then? No. I guess we couldn't convince him after all. Very well. And now let us hear from the defense. Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. Oh, that's not gonna hold up in court, Apollo. Come on. I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind. Putrid mind? But prosecutor Shadman. Excuse me, but I don't... Oh. What? You what, mate? Satoha. Okay. And then we got moon runes. If you don't mind my asking, prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting? A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul toward enlightenment. It is a Koreanist incantation to awaken their foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such a fancy as the innocence of the accused. He's pretty cool. I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real. Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victim souls to the twilight realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell, along with Trucy Wright. Damn. Let's go. The inverse, but still he's like he's in charge here of the Kurain trial. And now wait just 1 minute here. Putrid pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law? Prosecutor Shadman. Well, that may be the way you conduct trials in Kurain. But I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here. Also, he's apparently traveled around different countries. So why would he not know this, other than every single time he goes to a new country, he pushes the limits and goes, I'm going to say what I want, and then find out, oh no, sorry, I was wrong. Your Honor, that was but a Kurain sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Oh, we know what that symbol means. Aristotle Means was using that white supremacy symbol. So I'm going to draw a connection between them using that right there, because we've seen it in an Aristotle Means before, and that could have been the Phantom, as Aristotle means. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. I see. I didn't realize. I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Kurain. Huh. Even still, that was way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun. Well, defense, I suppose the way the prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? What? Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Okay, it's not even the defense or the prosecution calling it. Snackies! They're back. Uh-oh, I thought she'd said goodbye to the snackoos. Oh no, the snackoos are back, baby! And she's munching on them so much. Detective Sky, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girl's gotta eat, right? She, seems a little stressed out. Detective Sky, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trizzy Wright is innocent. Oh, I'm sorry. Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But I let it go and move on. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. What Holy Mother, yeah? And the snackies. Oh, she's fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Ema got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Samadi don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky. Alright. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Trip Grammary poster from 13 years ago. Wait, cancelled. This one's one that doesn't have cancelled on it. Also, isn't cancel supposed to have 2 L's? Let me check this. Oh. 1 L is American English and 2 L's is British English. And other English-speaking countries. Why? It's 2 L's. Get it right. Is it just me or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room? This is a revised version of that poster. This one says, cancelled. Under Mr. Reyes. That's right, Mr. Reyes left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Reyes' right forearm, near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch, that's quite a scar. Oh, we can't see it. Wait, which? It's on his right arm. Yeah, we can't see it from this angle. But wait. Should we be able to see it? It's hard to tell exactly where they intend the scar to be. I feel like we should see part of it on this arm here, though. Because of the accident, Magnifique Grammary concluded Mr. Reyes was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifique announced Mr. Reyes wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifique's decision, Mr. Reyes tried to go on stage anyway. This, in turn, caused Magnifique to oust Mr. Reyes from the troupe on the spot. Oh, hey, we've got a bit of a motive. If this, because we know the game does this, if this is not the real Mr. Reyes, then that means they set someone else up to frame Trucy so that they could get revenge on being ousted from Troop Grammary. I will keep that in mind. Picking Miss Reyes out? That seems rather extreme. Did it really have to go that far? When it came to magic, Troop Grammary was so passionate. Or should I say extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time. Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics. And now the troop's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troop's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality. You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor. Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Reyes apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troop. He would tell those close to him, I will get my revenge on Troop Grammary someday. Okay. Mr. Reyes. The last name also starts with an R-E. And does retain the grudge that Mr. Reyes had? Is the actual name of the great Mr. Reyes Man of Mystery? Or is Man of Mystery someone else? We shall see. Revenge, that certainly sounds antagonistic. 13-year-old poster updated in the court record. And then his chance for revenge finally came, if you'd be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? Okay, here's the part we have to pick apart. The defendant's motive. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Grammarly during Tracy's magic show. Mr. Ace was going to first steal the Grammarly notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had the chance to reveal the secrets. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Reyes and make it look like an accident. But we do know, like, as far as she knew, it was in her bag. It's only her word to go for it. Why?
Objection!
There's nothing but conjecture.
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFam, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Reyes said, "I'm going to reveal all of Troop Grammarly's secrets on stage today." What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me. Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense. Oh, and what's that? He has a butterfly? Let it go and move on. He has a ghosty butterfly. Okay. I mean, maybe he's achieved his awakened form with this bit of cloth that's moving around him normally, a bit like in One Piece where their awakened forms later on are having that same sort of visual to it. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life. I like his theme music. A stink bug? No, then, Mr. Stink Bug, I mean, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Alrighty. The defendant's motive. Oh, we have attorney badges as the penalty bar. Now, neat.
Hold it!
Revenge after all this time? It's been almost 13 years already. Why now? I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago if he was going to do it? After all. Satra. Oh, okay. Detective Sky, self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation. Eat. Get the snackoos in ya. How long is she gonna eat these snackoos for? How many can she down? She's just gonna keep going, isn't she? Has she found the secret to the dark magic of the unlimited Snack-Ooze packet? It seems she has. She will be having Snack-Ooze for days. Wait, that's what divine punishment means? Let the detective have her snack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, True Grammary was at the height of their popularity. But then their reputation declined and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Tracy Wright sought to recapture their former glory. Yeah, it was her biggest debut with the Grammary Secrets, because beforehand she was just doing gigs of her own stuff. The defendant at such a young age too. How impressive. Yes. The accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her. It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Miss Risk plan to get his revenge? And please put down the Snack-Ooze before you continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it!
What evidence do you have that Mr. S actually saw the notebook? Well, you see, whenever you're ready, Detective. Fret not, Detective Sky, you have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made. Forensic discovery? And what did she discover specifically? Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Upon further inspection, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Reyes. What? The detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say well done, Detective Sky. Yeah. Get a little too addicted to using your precious white powder, did you, Ema? Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Reyes intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge. Alright, well, first he saw the notebook. And reveal the secrets, right? I'm going to reveal all of True Grammari's secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Reyes himself said, right? Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Grammary secrets he was talking about. Well, the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind True Grammari's magic. Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Reyes was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked. So basically, Tracy's notebook was hiding Mr. Reyes' things because he had stolen it himself. Truly a motive that only a magician could have. Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway. We haven't seen the fingerprints on here. Oh, that's not updated for that. Okay, let's press this. And do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Miss Wright killed Mr. Reyes to stop him from getting his revenge? Oh, of course I don't think that. The Tracy we know. He told her and me as well. The Tracy we know would never... Satoha, yeah. Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began, did I not, Detective Sky? Yes, you did. Please recite my exact words to you. Ema Sky, you're a detective first and foremost, not the accused's friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully. Excellent. So you do remember what I said to you. Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all. This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever heard of. Those two really don't get along, do they? Well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water, apparently to Apollo. As I was saying... Okay. I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder? Beats me. What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sabmady over there because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Hey, the eternal snackies! Down those snackies, alright. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. Oh. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, I may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Heck, but please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that. Poor Ema. She's really been risking everything for us. How does a foreigner prosecutor have that much power, though? Well, Prosecutor Sabmady, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved so that Mr. Reyes could climb into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Reyes was waiting in the understage passage. I'm supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mr. Reyes was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had to be moved to mark the downstage ladder. And so the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. Okay. Because when I was down there, I wasn't sure which way it was facing as far as that seemed correct to me, and the tape was there to indicate, okay, that's where Tracy comes down. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. Yeah, that Bonnie face in the background, that's funny. Oh, have a look at it. Hang on, I'm on the wrong one. Have a look at that. That actually makes me feel like she was acting good in that time. Oh yeah, because she would have been acting because they knew no one was inside. Yeah. And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? But of course. Detective Sky? Oh, that's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. You what? He actually had proof? Well, duh, you Hoovian-looking surprise face guy. That hasn't changed. Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not. And Tracy was probably just the one that put the tape down to start with. Why is that a problem? Also, I need to turn up the music a little for you guys. I realised that was a bit low. Right. Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony. During the show, you don't think the prints could have been on the tape because she moved the stage lift?
Hold it!
We'll see. What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints? Well, I bet it was detective's intuition. I dusted not just the tape, but it's just about everywhere for fingerprints. Oh. I dusted pretty much every single surface in the theatre. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me. It's great that you're enthusiastic, Emma, but there is such thing as too enthusiastic. The tape was moved. The guy misraced into the coffin that was downstage. If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident. It certainly doesn't help that Tracy's prints are on the tape. Wait, why would Tracy's prints be on there? She wears gloves. I wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation. No, I think we're onto it. Go here, I'll do a save so I don't have to go through everything again. Then I want to present the stage lift.
Objection!
Apparently that's not it. Well, I presented that evidence with plenty of confidence. But their confidence is waning by the second. Okay, yeah. The music kept going, that's how you know. Alright. Tracy wore gloves during the show, so none of the fingerprints were found, yeah.
Objection!
Okay, just dial it back a little bit from my thinking about the bigger thing. I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, I knew. I said it. She wore gloves. Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. I think you realise what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh, she must have left the print sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh my! Oh, and we're in the hype music, right? But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. Well, prosecutor, said Muddy. If the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim. I see. Apparently the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug at any rate. Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you? Would that really be any better? Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool and with those huge mandibles of theirs. If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim. Hi, Lock-On. It's nice to see you. The victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide and entered the coffin on the stage. Is it a Kamen Rider reference? Yeah, I haven't watched Kamen Rider, so I probably missed that. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. For what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Ah, Kamen Riders are beetle themed. That makes sense. So when there's like Genshin Impact beetle battles with what's his face now? That's a reference to Kamen Rider too. And I thought he just liked beetles and bugs. Stag beetles are cooler than sink bugs. There you go. Precisely. Did I read that out? The fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter. I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated. Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it, the all-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Ace's death was... Alright, this is where we get interesting. Because I feel like we gotta go with murder, but it was not Tracy that murdered him, it was someone else. Let's see. I think we disprove suicide at the moment because it's shock as a result of being stabbed through the back with a sharp blade. And of course, the victim's real name is Man of Mystery. Man of Mystery. We've got an accident or murder. I wish we could say a suicide. That would be funny as a third option. But I'm gonna go with a murder because we want to say that it was planned by evil bunny girl. The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else? Ama, you should know, every single Ace Attorney case, this happens. It's always someone else. That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. I guess he means a chili pepper. Or would that be red hot chili peppers? Also, yeah, there's the, I forget the names of them now. The butterfly is part of the imagery of the Korean stuff. The matama, was it? One of them. I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. Oh, what about a sentient plant? It could be in VeggieTales for all we know. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then. Alright, but before I give it, there's one question we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin? A very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin? I'll save just in case. So what were we thinking? I almost think because of the autopsy report, he died of shock, right? He could have been stabbed and then shoved into the box. It was magic. We didn't see a blood stain in the coffin, which I feel like if he was stabbed in the coffin, we would have seen blood on part of the coffin. So I'm thinking he was killed under stage at the moment. Let's see. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Yeah, this is the line of thinking. Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sadmedy? Oh, that is the third time. The third time of what? Yeah. Oh no, he's been beaten. Well, what the heck is this? Yeah, okay, Moon dude. Ow, my hand! What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. We're back to courtroom abusing. Let's go. Abusing other people in the courtroom. It's back. Since you never learn, you needed to be punished. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You're but a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Haha. Chasing phantoms after your destinies. Haha. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon now? There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake. Huh? A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right? No, for I'm not done with my sermon. He 100% is so prepared to use... Yeah, it's 100% Naruto ninjutsu shenaniganry going on here. That's probably the same thing as like he uses his chi to be able to summon that ghosty butterfly and to keep this magnificent piece of cloth just floating around his head. That's all channeling his chi. And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Just great. And in this case, you are that frog defense. What exactly is your point anyway? Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who, then, had the opportunity to do so during the show? Let's see, the people in the show were Bonnie DeFam, the victim Mr. Reyes, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFam was on stage throughout the entire show. Yeah, this is where I'm like, evil Bonnie. Does she have like an evil twin or something? I'm looking at the wrong part. Does she have an evil twin or something? 'Cause that could happen. Or was it Roger Rettins helping her? But I feel like from the vibe I got was that it was evil Bonnie. And I mean, two places at once. She performed teleportation magic during the show. As easily confirmed by the footage from the show. It's so floofy, that chess piece. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Ah. Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Reyes as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. No! Oh, great and merciful Holy Mother. Thus, another putrid mind has been guided towards enlightenment. I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole. But he didn't actually answer the question. Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Athena, there's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You struck me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you will contribute to this discussion in that capacity? I most certainly would. Okay, Athena. What you doing? You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. Well, let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Oh, we're getting sexist here. And clearly, and surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home. That's the slander.
Hold it!
But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Sabmati, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would then have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin. I mean, the rope's attached. What do you want her to say, Athena? That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it. What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now? In my religion, the priestesses of Curianism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective. Jesus, a bitch, yeah, no, like, come on. We literally saw how Priestess of Curianism acts in the last case. So he's implying that there's more than one Priestess of Curianism, which I'm not 100% sure if he means that, if they mean there's only one that can do the seance, I imagine. But then there's other priestesses that are under her or something. Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden? I mean, she's got light skin and she's probably still a maiden. That we know of. I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How indeed was the dead body raised up from into the coffin? By the accused Trucy Wright, that is. You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Well, he's the prosecutor, they all do that. Then you explain how that'd even be possible. But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise a victim's body up. Huh? Oh, wait. You really can explain it? Just think, Athena. Think. Hello? I foresaw our arguments would come to this, so I've prepared a witness. Well, I'm your witness, prosecutor. It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? It's pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I step down now? Yes, I suppose you may. One moment, Detective Sky. I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes, you served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work. Oh, thank you. Oh, we can work together again in the future. Amos seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him. Now then, let us call the next witness. Alright, here we go. Bonnie. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a legomorphin illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie de Femme. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness, there is a time and a place for all things, including magic. Oh, but what? But it would be okay if I just do a little magic, Ron? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. That's my chance to shine. That is your second time. My second time doing what? There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? Eep. Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering? I like that, the rosary of suffering. May we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment. Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I? Now, the way she's reacted seems weird. Or unless Evil Bonnie has such a great acting skill. As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh? I hate her! I loathe her! I can't stand that Trucy right. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. Sure, you're a real fan, alright. Of destroying Trucy, you mean? The Undersage Passage. I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she'll use a stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. And just to remind you that she was on stage the whole time. You were on stage the whole time? And you're sure about that? There is no question the entire audience... Oops, wrong person. There is no question the entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV footage show footage as well. I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. S, not little old me. And therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim on the stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You've got to be kidding me. Right, we have the evidence that says, yeah, stage lift number 2 was already lifted all the way up. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. So that would be the piece of evidence we use here because it was already raised up, so she wouldn't have been able to lower it.
Hold it!
You said you're a huge fan of Trucy's, isn't that right? Oh yes, I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. The first time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. Ah yes, the Gundavar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got up on stage with tons of confidence. And then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing tricks and winning smile. She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So, finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right? Also, he says that, and his bracelet isn't going off, so he isn't using his luring gun to detect that she's lying. Well, yes, after all, it was my chance to have her see me. Not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. Funny. But then that horrible accident happened. It was not an accident, it was a murder. Witness, please explain if you will. How a small young woman such as Tracy Wright could have raised the body.
Hold it!
What makes you think it would be possible? It's not like you tried it out for yourself, right? Well, actually, we did try it out for ourselves. You did? Detective Sky, if you would. Oh! So that's why you made me do that. Detective Sky, what did he have you do? The prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers with a stage lift. Without a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it. You're kidding. It's as if we really can foresee all of your counter-arguments. Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Or like haughty. Does that mean Tracy could have lifted the dead body up? Does that mean...
Hold it!
Just press everything. Is what possible? Could Tracy really have what, Mr. Fam? Miss the fame. Mr. Fam. Please finish your sentence. Equal. Don't try to beat around the bush. Come right out and say it. Do I not tell this court what you really believe? What I really believe? Of course I... Oh! If she is stage lift number 2, that explains why it was already raised and wasn't lowered when Tracy went down there, because... And Tracy had to shift it so that she could actually get up on the other side of the stage. The mistake that Bonnie made with Mr. Hat wasn't a mistake, it was intentional. So that they could cover the body of Mr. Reyes going up into the coffin. And that's why stage lift number 2 was raised, of course. What I really believe, of course I don't believe Tracy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing and wonderful magician would never do such a thing. But taking all the facts into account, what else can I think? I know of at least 3 other unflattering things you really think about Tracy. How can you attack this girl when she is obviously speaking with reserve? There is such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to do such a basic thing. Looking at me like that isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor. Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body. Alright. Get all the information we can. Let's see. Stage lift number 2. You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? That's right, with a stage lift. I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up onto the stage. Hang on. The shadow that flew up, was that Mr. Hat? Or was that Mr. Reyes? I'm keeping an eye on that as best I can. It looks like Mr. Hat to me. Alright. And so that makes her the murderer in your opinion? Oh, of course not. I believe in Tracy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers. Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up? Yeah, so far it's an act. We'll see. Defense, what position was stage shift number 2 in after the show? Let's see, if I recall, it was in the fully raised position. Ah. And the reason why it was fully raised was because the accused used it to lift the victim's body, wouldn't you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper. So now I'm also evil. Okay.
Hold it!
On stage for the entire show, by the way, you didn't have a single spare moment to slip down the understage passage. Oh, don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes. That got evil mode showing. You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. It's right there in the footage, or are you too much of an idiot to see? Okay, she's a dahlia. Got it. Huh? Now, Mr. Pham, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different. Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seemed to snap there for a second, didn't I? Tee-hee! Another bunny! Okay, He didn't just snap, he broke character just now. In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance? Flawless? That's odd considering what you told me. You said that you'd made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Mr. Pham, what is the defense referring? Oh, well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. So yeah, this is meant to make us think about the stage lifts underneath and how Tracy had to shift over. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flopped it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead. And because of that mistake, Tracy had to move the stage lifts around. I feel really bad about messing Tracy up like that with my goof. Tee-hee. You feel real bad about it. Darn it, I don't see any inconsistencies in the testimony. Hee-hee. Now do you know who the real killer is? See, this is just word of mouth that she had to move it during the show. Since it was already all the way up. I think that's what we need to present. Unless it's taking us a different direction. Hee. Now do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you keel over up there. I beg your pardon? Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, defense. Are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not. I will never give up. I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Quiranism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against his fate, Apollo Justice seems most appropriate. People boil... What? Oh wait, it's Quiranis. Well, what sort of terrible place is Apollo Justice? A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an ant-lined sand pit trap. Oh, there's one of those in my backyard. Ha! More Judge Law, let's go. Wow, the career in this hell is closer to home than I thought. No, then. It would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim on the stage. How am I supposed to get out of this jam? Hey, Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. Okay, we're doing that. You mean... I heard some discord in Bunny's voice while she was testifying. Okay, we have to do this. I really thought that was one we could have presented this to and that would have been fine. Because it was already all the way up when Trucy had to shift it during the show. See? Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart too. That's right, Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise of discord in their voices. Alright, Athena, let's give it a try. You got it!
Hold it!
Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Mr. Pham, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident. She is? Yes, what with that terrible death on stage. I'm noticing, I saw someone on Reddit pointed out, no, I can't not see it, how they toned down her hair for Spirit of Justice. It would have been nice if it stayed a more vibrant red, or orange I should say. And her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify. What? Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder, right? Postal stress disorder. Yes, sure. It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere. That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD. Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times. It's as if she was a different person. Postal makes sense. I mean, she's gone postal. Apparently that's a saying. What is going postal? American English slang phrase referring to a state of extreme and uncontrollable anger, often with the potential for violence, particularly in a workplace setting. Okay. There you go, American English slang. I haven't heard going postal before. I don't really... Postal shooting, I haven't really heard anything about postal shooting. Maybe it's something more American that's happened. I mean, I guess there's Wild West... In Westerns, there's shootings at the post office. But it's not something I've really heard about or seen. Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Oh, there we go. Postal killings. And you look at other countries and then you see a giant list for the United States. No wonder it became a slang term over there. Damn. I hadn't heard about the Australian ones either. That's interesting. Then that was also before I was born. 1926 and 1987. Compared to what? Yeah. United States. Go. The latest one was 2022. And it was one in 2021. And then before that, 2017. That's unfortunate. But that explains why it's American English slang a lot more. There were many more before that. So it's sort of an 80s phenomenon, but then it was also 90s and 2000s. There's less more recently, but there was still some in the United States. Yeah. Localizer. That would have to be localizer influence, because that is specifically American English slang, and I didn't get it. It's a good job you actually linked that, because that helped fill in some information on that. Because it didn't really peak in Australia in the 80s, because there was one in the 80s and one in the 1920s. And then in the, as of this Wikipedia listing anyway. So it was 100% more American. Yeah. Canada was 1934 and Iran was 2022. So yeah, definitely more of a reason it came up as a going postal slang in America. Interesting. Therefore, it's just a short therapy session for the witness. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie, boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Tee-hee. She has lots of bunnies in her hat this time. Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady. And what exactly is this poor child planning to do, Mr. Justice? Oh, you wait, Naita. This is science. And you got all your religion hoo-ha and that, but now we have science, bitch. With her super-sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick up feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Witcher projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them. It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. None of this Satorha devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask. How do emotions constitute evidence? While I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se, I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try. I see. If you're in favour of it, Your Honour, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness. I'll disturb you! Look, Roger sees this. Roger Retin sees this and goes, I can fix her. Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sadmity. Apollo, you're about to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course. You're the lead in this case, after all. Fair enough, but do I need a refresher? No, we're fine. I think I still remember from last time, so let's get right into it. Okie dokie. You ready, Widget? Let's do this. I need some more water while this loads up. I'll be just a jiffy. Right. so she's sad. That lines up with what she was saying. I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Reyes. Sad, okay. I was on stage at the time. No emotions, okay. That terrible mistake. My ship of flood caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it. Okay, well.
Got it!
She's happy when she says she feels bad about it. I have to say, Mr. Pham, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you're feeling happy about it. I guess why you're feeling happy is because you messed Trucy up. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers. Because we saw you. I hate her, I loathe her, I can't stand that Trucy right. Just because she's a little magic. She thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. We saw how you said you hated Trucy, right? How you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved. It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could get it down to 0%. Well, Mr. Pham, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol, Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
Objection!
Keep that up, Mr. Pham, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am. The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. Oh, okay, so it's that extreme. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Just shut your pie hole, you know-nothing know-it-all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that or I might get flustered. Mr. Pham, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free! I don't know if you want that. Yeah. Oh, baby. So it's not like an evil sister twin type situation. Don't make me laugh. Yes. Yes, Lock-on. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look. Oh! She's a bat person. Kee 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 kee. That bunny is a vampire. What in the world? Sheep's clothing, you got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf, I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. Kee 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 kee. Oh boy. Eek. I think we just opened Pandora's box. That outfit works so well, actually, now I think about it, because the bats have that tuft on their chests as well. And with the change, other than these bunny ears there, that looks like it could fit the bat motif as well as the bunny. They did a good job designing her. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. Kiki. The functional therapy session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it. But there's a perfectly good explanation for this, isn't there, Miss Sykes? Methinks I created a monster. We blew it. Hey, you lobster boy! Who, me? You think I'm glad Trissy's in trouble? But I think she's getting her just desserts. Except for that's spelled just deserts. Someone missed an S. Well, guess what? You're right. Kiki. Does this mean you're made to wishing the defendant harm? Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot. That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? All right, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Hey, Apollo, now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped, so what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. Okay, so the first mood matrix is just a single inconsistency. Alright, I've got you now, Bonnie the fam. So it'll be that last one. Yeah, now she's a Bonnie the Bat. So we've got this. It was already all the way up. I don't know if it would be interesting to press them. Oh no, I can't press them anyway. Alright, I'm thinking we just present this for us.
Objection!
Mr. Fam, I believe you're 700. Oh no, it wasn't that. Oh really? Now does it do that? I mean, you can explain, right? Of course I. Because if you mess up, it will suck to be you if you get my drift. Kiki. Okay, we're gonna go for the Dracula voice with her now. That should have been the voice from the start. It will suck to be you if you get my drift. Kiki. Ah, just as I thought. I'm not ready to be her human juice box just yet. I'm afraid to witness and I disagree on one point, Mr. Justice. Because I'd say it does suck to be you right now. Okay, it wasn't that. I rushed it. There was a pint of blood anyway. I don't think that's where the contradiction is, Apollo. Apparently not. But there was that one segment where Bunny let something slip. Right, a little hole in the testimony that we've been waiting for. Okay, yeah. Okay, the careless comment. What serves her right? Kiki. Okay, so a bit more here. Because I was thinking is that... Because then that proves that she wouldn't have had time to put the body up in the lift. But that terrible mistake. Wait a minute. Contains the rubber sword Tracy says she swapped for the trick.
Objection!
That's not it. Oh, it's just easy to load up. She told no one about that. That's it. She told no one about the mistake. Having to move the stage lifts. Okay, I was on the right train of thought. I forgot about that little detail until I read that again. That doesn't make sense. What? Just so you think I'm crazy now? No, that's not the point I was trying to make. But I don't want to hear you denying it. Mr. Fan, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. That's right. And I still say that's... That's right, and I still say that's what she deserved. But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so. What? So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? Key! That picture of her smiling in the corner, that's great. Okay. Oh, the little eye wobble there was cool. You did it, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%. But Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean... Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Pham herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You're a one artful liar, Mr. Pham, and one spectacular suspect. Kia! Well, why, you shiny red lobster pie? You're saying I killed Mr. Reyes. Why did that turn Italian near the end? One of them. I want to suck your blood, oh yes. I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more? I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection!
My apologies for raining on the defences a merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Mr. Pham was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh yeah. Especially during that time period. Yeah, she has to be in two places at once, which means she has like maybe this is the evil Bonnie and then there's a good sister or something. I'm trying to think. That or Roger got in behind and told her about it, but it does seem like the truth is that she saw it, so I've just taken a long and senseless journey only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed a victim is the accused. Guess the party's over. But Mr. Fan knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sadmity? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Fan about it, but then forgot. Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Mr. Fan really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the makes sense part. Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once? There were two Bonnies. That's what we're gonna run with. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? There were. Two of them? I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. If there is a toolkit in this, is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose two, no, three screws to the head could run his putrid brain. Very well, bailiff, could you? No, wait, please listen to my argument. Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. As was argued earlier, Mr. Fan was shown in the footage the whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sadmity? That's literally what we just said. This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion, and we should lose no time in repleting the defence's many lost screws. But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. But we don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the Bonnie to Fam in the footage is the real Bonnie, then the Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been on the stage, this Bonnie to Fam is our second Bonnie. She is? If it's a twin sister, and she is as compliant as Bonnie here was acting, to show everyone a trick whenever they ask and whatnot, then that would make sense why she wouldn't let her take the stand, because she'd just spill her beans. Yeah, it's Eenie and Meenie again. It is. Or Eenie and Mimi, or whatever, yeah. Eenie, Meenie, Miny, Mo. Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I have just a piece of evidence to prove that Miss Bonnie number 2 exists. Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie number 2? Okay, well, I will save it here again. Yeah, we've had this before. Bonnie's trick, the fire trick, was cancelled due to the incident. Unknown fingerprints were found on top, which could be Bonnie's number 2 or Bonnie number 1, depending on which way around it was. Probably Bonnie number 2, they'll make it. Just double checking this all. Yeah, there's not much else there. So it's either these fingerprints or the show script. I don't think the script's is relevant. Maybe the fingerprinting results. What's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show, but they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. An unknown third party's fingerprints? I was not told of this. Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? She's sweating. Same twirl either cane. Mr. Pham, or should I say Bonnie number 2. These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Oh, look at that. How that fabric twists. That's pretty cool. That's a cool animation they have for him there. Those fingerprints could have been left, not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Submity. And I'm sure you know that exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is who these unknown fingerprints belong to. They're certainly not Bonnie DeFams. Now, what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying? Iris and Dahlia as well were twins. So it's a consistent thing throughout Ace Attorney that some cases have twins trying to muck things up. It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Submity, can you really look at her and still say that? Yes, because it's fingerprints. They need to be analysed. What are you looking at? Take a picture. It'll last longer. Alright. Screenshot it. I did it. How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they? Bonnie number 2. Key! I mean, all they need to do is take her prints and analyse it to prove it. Why are we taking so long? Well, witness, is what the defence has said true? Fine, I admit it. Okay, well that helps. The fingerprints are mine. Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFam? What? Ridiculous! Oh, he's breaking down. His cheese being disrupted. Oh, they're really two Bonnies? Come on, Judge. You know twins exist. Nope, there's only one Bonnie. That's because I'm Betty. Oh yes, Betty. Of course. Betty the femme. Betty the femme. Betty is a little batty, I reckon. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement, and this logomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime. That explains how the teleportation trick works. You swap places. Yep. Different umbrella. Aha, and then that's Betty. Yep. That's the teleportation trick. What an amazing trick! The witness has suddenly split into two people. Come on, Judge. It's not a trick and no gimmick to it either. We're simply twins. Yeah. What? Twins? So that's how the teleportation trick works. Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. Oh, cute and sweet and goody goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right, our days of sneaking around are finally over. Their cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it. So which one of you is the nice Bonnie the family met in the dressing room? That would be me. And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw in the with the ratings raha on the stage was... Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued? It's all starting to make sense now, yeah. We knew this from before. So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was on the stage, did have the opportunity. He's been bamboozled by the clown court of Ace Attorney. Oops. Well, so we now have two suspects. Wait just a minute there, lobster boy. I didn't do it. That's right, Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Them doing the 3D models of the interaction here is so much fun. I can see why they use 3D models here instead of 2D. I think they should have just updated the ones in Dual Destinies for the remaster here. I don't see why they couldn't. Oh, well, speak up, huh?
Hold it!
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back. Prosecutor Somebody. Betty the Femme is ready to testify. What do you say? Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow a cover and ruin a magic act. Besides, am I going to go to your Twilight Hell or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death, rather. I shall give you a taste of your punishment for this on this mortal coil in interrogation hell. Eek! Now then, Betty the Femme, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage. Okay. And we still get Bonnie there too. Where was Bonnie while Betty was being questioned? That's my question as well, like, what were they doing? Okay, let's go. Okay. That shouldn't interrupt with the stream. I'll test it on a bit higher limit and then see. What happened on the stage? It is true, I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? What Mr. Reyes was supposed to do? That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script. I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're going to give it away. Anyway, it was real busy. I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reyes. Okay. Well, that was certainly different. How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? I mean, I really thought she'd do a Zach Grammar and just disappear from court. Our magic is real, it's not a trick or a gimmick. Look how it's shaking to hold her up. Oh my, oh my, she's floating. Your Honor. You can see she's being held up from below. You're supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. Well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Alrighty then, press everything and then drill evidence. Because I'm thinking, let's see, when we're talking about the fire trick, yeah, we can make sure everything is prepared. We present the fire bucket that wasn't prepared. So, alright.
Hold it!
If you're in the underground passage, which, need I remind you, was the crime scene, then you most certainly should be counted as a potential suspect. But I don't have any motive to kill Mr. Reyes. But you, by your own admission, hate Miss Wright. When she was arrested as a suspect, you said it was what she deserved.
Objection!
So you believe the witness killed a man simply due to a dislike of Trucy Wright? As a motive, is that not improbable at best? But what if her hatred caused her to bear a strong sense of malice against my client? Look, Trucy just made me mad, that's all. I mean, even though she's younger than me, she's got so much skill and popularity. And she's cute besides. Gah. She makes me so mad I wish she would drop dead. But Betty, don't talk like that. Shut your yap. So, was it just simple jealousy? Say, Betty, no, that next trick you were getting ready for. Yeah. I love the mirror image type thing they're going for with this. That's cool.
Hold it!
Bunny? We're trying to get Betty's testimony right now, so... Oh, right, I'm sorry. You can step down if you'd like. I'm worried about Betty, though. She can lose her temper and say awful things sometimes. Hey, what are you, my mother? Don't forget, I'm the older sister. You got that? Me? Oh, yeah, yes, I got that. I got it. I guess I'd worry about Mount Betty constantly blowing her top if I were Bonnie too. Okay, that made sense. I thought it was another typo. Right. Mainly just deserts turning into deserts at the moment. So, Betty, you're down on the stage getting ready for the fire trick, were you?
Hold it!
And you were taking every necessary precaution, is that right? Of course, every precaution. After all, it's a very dangerous trick that uses real fire. I mean, we had to be ready in case the curtain caught on fire or something, right? By the time people realised it wasn't part of the act, it might be too late. If by people you mean Athena Sykes, then yes. Wow, a fire trick. That sounds really impressive. Your beard would go up in smoke, old man. I bet people would mistake you for a cue ball or something without it. A cue ball? But Betty, don't be rude to the judge. But Betty, you know that fire trick? Because of the accident. I see the fire trick was a part of the script. It seems Mr. Reyes was scheduled to perform it later in the show. Did you not get to see him practice it beforehand? No, during rehearsal he said he didn't feel well, so he couldn't breathe any fire for him. Wait, let me get this straight. He couldn't breathe fire because he wasn't feeling well? My magical powers appear to be on the wane today. That's what he said. So it was just a part of his usual, the great Mr. Reyes jig. It's really too bad I didn't get to see the trick because of the incident. Which was completely unexpected, of course. Hey! Hey!
Hold it!
So what exactly do you mean by you're gonna give it away? See, Bunny, you and your big mouth. Now Lobster Boy wants to know what we're talking about. Beep, I'm sorry. Yes, what? If you're preparing for the next magic trick, I'm sure you wouldn't have had the time to commit murder. Wow, looks like the old geezer isn't seen out just yet, huh? I bet you'll live a good long life. Ho, ho, ho. I plan to be sitting up here at least another 10 years. 10 more years? I don't know about that. Athena, come on, they know he's eternal. What did we discuss about inner monologues, Athena? Well, more power to you, I guess. In any case, I was so busy I didn't have the time to off anybody. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to get Mr. Reyes. Are you just trying to cover for Betty? But no, of course not. I believe in my sister. I know she'd never murder anyone. But you think my client would? No, I believe in Tracy too. I know she'd never murder anyone either. Well, we just ran out of suspects in that case. Yes, but... See, you should have just kept your mouth shut, dummy. Just making a fool of yourself. Must be nice and quiet like a good little bunny. Got it? Alright, I guess I'm no help. Oh boy. It's impossible to get anything out of bonding with Betty right there. So Betty was too busy getting ready for the next trick to have time for murder, huh? Must be some way to prove that that wasn't the case. Or was she busy with Rogerettins? Huh? We know they had a thing going on there. Alright, fire bucket. I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier. Floating trick. Ooh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forward boy. No one has ever figured out how we do a teleportation trick. No one except me, you mean? Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do? I told you to keep it zipped. Well, no, don't fight it. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust. Ouch. You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty? Yeah, you got me! The light and dark side theming. That's neat. With the umbrellas. Betty DeFam, you will explain yourself. There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty, we can't hide it any longer. We might as well tell them. The ratings Raha having a harem? 2 for the price of 1? He has to kind of pander to Betty, but he likes Bonnie more maybe? Who knows? Shut up, you can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she knew the show wouldn't go on. Now, it does sound like a job for the FBI. How old is she? 19? Yeah. Very tricksy. They're 19. That's legal. But he is 35. That is a big age difference. Knew the show wouldn't go on. That'd be it. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would then be cancelled. Ah! There's that cancelled again with a single L. Dagnabbit. Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want? Huh?
Objection!
Whatever. They can grow back. Alpaca. Okay. Yep. Sure, Apollo. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already. No, I can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician.
Objection!
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit defense. And having chance upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exactly, where's your proof, huh? And yet I can see that the witness's taste of false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. God, a deceitful trickery! And what else do you think?
Objection!
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way. Does that mean you're admitting your guilt? Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do, you. Lobster boy, cubal geezer, head case brat, Cerberus monk. Cubal geezer? Huh. Head case brat? Really? But Betty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Look. I'm not the murderer, I tell you. Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract. Aha! So this is where we will prove how Rettins would trick people into signing contracts that are unfair. Contract? What is she talking about? Real that as a mayor, obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertions, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage. But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? Like what? In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. Yep. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events has been planned out in advance. I'm still thinking, what if Man of Mystery is not the great Mr. Reyes that worked with Trick Gramarye 13 years ago and it was cancelled? Because we haven't seen his scars. We don't see the scar on the body, even though it's positioned in a way that it could not be visible from its angle. Which angle were the scars on again? Under here, wait, so if his arm was... No, his scars should be clearly visible here. And Mr. Reyes was how they pronounced it in the cutscenes, lock on. If you don't remember that, you would have to watch it back when it goes to YouTube. I'm gonna catch up on some of that through the next week. It was through the entire chain of events that had been planned out in advance. Kiki. Planned out. After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines. Oh, very industrious of you. I'm impressed. See, I think the pun is supposed to be as well that Man of Mystery instead of Man of Mystery. Like, they're supposed to be very similar, but do have a slightly different pronunciations. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Betty and Bonnie knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct? Is that true? Betty, please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it, for fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. It's just a prank, bro. Mr. Ray is showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted. It was all a prank. Bonnie, is this really true? Yes, Mr. Reyes was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go. So he was in on it too. That's right, he was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Tricia would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went. What? What the heck kind of prank is that? But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Reyes. I'm still sus on those scars, because I do really believe those scars should be visible. They're sort of on the outside of his arm here, but at least part of them should be visible in the picture here on the right arm here. Anyway, I'm so completely lost right now. Yeah, you'll be fine, Apollo. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it suddenly sounds like you have some explaining to do. Alright, I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully, you'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. Oh! She has a bat! Nice! After a teleportation trick went down on the stage, and Mr. Reyes' body appeared from the coffins on stage, it was time for Betty to do a job in the underground stage passage. Right. After a teleportation trick, I went down on the stage. When Mr. Reyes' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do a job in the understage passage. That's right, I used a remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece. And made it fall down. just before the dragon fell. I called Tracy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Reyes to come back to life in front of a panicked Tracy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That's how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he just kind of stayed on the ground. What kind of sick joke is that? It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show. I guess so. I'm sorry, Tracy. Whatever. It was all the rating Raha's idea anyway. Yeah, sounds just like the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings Raha. Just conveniently has it with her. Okay. Dang it, you made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid. Mr. Reyes' body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Tracy's reaction on film, Mr. Reyes will come back to life laughing and flying up in the air, causing another round of surprise. Which explains why the camera did the close-up on Tracy. Okay. But where does this all leave us? Yeah, I know. That's so mean. No living relative left apart from a deadbeat mother and an adoptive father and a half-brother that she doesn't even know is actually... We don't know if she knows that they're related yet. Because I haven't established that Thalassa actually met with her children yet. Yeah, where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim and when? Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Reyes was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank, then when he was on the stage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also on the stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness was a victim alive up until he entered the coffin. Well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video. Okay, another video. Greetings, viewers! It is I, the great Mr. Reyes. We are currently in the middle of Tracy's escape trick. Having sunk through the understage passage undetected, I'm now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Tracy. I'm about to hide in the coffin which Tracy was stabbed with a rubber sword. Look, he doesn't have the scar on his arm. The scar's clearly there. There's no scar on this dude. That's not the original Mr. Reyes. And when the coffin opens, I will be in it acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Tracy's face then? I can hardly wait. He's about to hide in the coffin. It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Betty DeFam was and came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Reyes appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. And defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Reyes entered the coffin. So someone must have stabbed him from behind just after taking this video. And then him going into the coffin as far as time goes. It's not backstage. It looks different, doesn't it? I need to see backstage again for a proper comparison. Oh, so does that mean... Yes, it is horrible, but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Reyes was hiding. Trucy Wright thrust her blade. Well, he's sticking to his guns, I'll give him them. Yeah, I thought the background looked different. And that could be an artistic interpretation. That's what I was like, which part of the background would that be? Key! See? Told you so. So saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank? It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank? What? Tell him, Trucy, you didn't know anything about it, right? Well, she did. Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it. Objection, leading the witness.
Objection.
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence. It looks like some sort of note. He didn't have the contract. With the paper with another version of the contract. He had this. Damn, he is smart. This guy. Bloody Johnny Depp is coming after her. It looks like some sort of note. Ah! That's... I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. Yeah, what's this? Let's see. It says, get the camera after Mr. Reyes comes tumbling out. It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Reyes' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank. It does bear her signature, I'll give you that much. So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank. So this goes back to me not believing Trucy read the contract properly when she signed the performance contract. Just went, oh, I need to sign this before the show, which was a last minute short notice trick anyway. And then underneath that, It also copied her signature onto this note, which he conveniently placed the line where she signed it, right where the line where the performance contract is. Coincidence? I think not. It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright? I want to see Anyway, I wanted to see that video again. Oh, of course not. And I didn't write or sign that note. Ah, but the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Reyes. You have to believe me. Source, trust me, bro. No, we're on it. The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright. Making sure I set alarms for the morning, as I need to get up. Alright. It is time to resign yourself to your fate. No, I didn't do it. I knew it. That sweet-looking girl, a murderer. She took all of us in with that act of hers. I told you I knew she was a homicidal little witch from the start. But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me? Shut up, you killer. We aren't fall for that anymore. But this is bad. Your Honor, it's just we wouldn't end to this tragedy now. The music's ramping up, let's go. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves. Very well, I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant Trucy Wright.
Objection!
Yep, objection. The defense has an objection. Apollo! You, even now, you would. I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy has put all of her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do we really have anything, Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may proceed. As you saw in the show footage, there's no question that the defendant thrust the sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value. So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. And where was it? Autopsy report says it was the shock as a result of being stabbed, not the actual stabbing. Now, what was it Tracy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Very well, let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing. Oh, 3. Okay, that's bigger than some of the penalties in the early games, alright. That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible the sword Mr. Wright used was not the cause of death. I still want to see the timing. It was only a rubber sword, right?
Take that!
What's this? A sword from the show? Okay, yeah, that's where we're going. Very simple. That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand on the stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did. Yeah, I don't know why she didn't just use a rubber sword the whole time. I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? Well then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell down and the theatre was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one.
Objection!
Can we get in there? Do you not know when to give up, stink bug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. Okay, blood was found on the coffin. I didn't know about that. And this is incontrovertible proof that the sword you used was the steel.
Objection!
But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theatre. There was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood.
Objection!
If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed, given that Mr. Reyes was alive when he entered that coffin?
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Yep, sure, of course it is. Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword that the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue. Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it. Somehow. Too close for comfort, but still. Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense will use this time to prepare. Yeah, okay, good. We get a little reprieve from the constant back and forth. Oh. Defendant lobby number 3. Ew, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor subtlety either. You know, with the way he says, let it go and move on, as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Oh boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? I thought it'd be him. Thought it would be you, Rettins. You need to appear, you Johnny Depp lookalike. Got your next evil scheme in the works already. What do you want? I keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now, smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Grammar Creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Would this be the end of troop Grammary? Go away, you creep! Oh, what's this? Something's just charged into frame. Looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Gotta be Trucy's pet. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. You want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Oh, you sneaky. Sneaky. But that disappearing trick. Pull down your sleeve. I think my running theory now is we do not see the scar on the body. So Man of Mystery is not the original Mr. Reyes. He was set up to frame Trucy, and Roger Rettins is Mr. Reyes. Salty about Magnifi ousting him. And he wants to ruin Troop Grammary. Huh? What happened to the camera? It just disappeared right before our very eyes. See? They're even noting that magic trick. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. But I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. He called in some of Trucy's fans, but for what purpose? Apollo? I think Mr. Rettins just did. That was some high-level sleight of hand. I knew it. Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way. But I thought he said magicians were a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mr. Lawyer? Oh, it's Bonnie. Mr. Lawyer. Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Oh, well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to Lobsterboy about? But Betty... What the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do us anything. You harebrain. Oops. I was clicking on history and then it went to the next one. Me, but I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me. Now. I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding that out, with Betty constantly hovering over her like that. Court is about to reconvene. Will be alright testifying? Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Rettins has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve too. He better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine. Oh, there goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right, whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy Right, and I'm fine. Yeah, I mean, you've done this in previous cases too. And Athena's done it. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. There you go. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great. Thanks, I'll be fine. I can do this. All right, Justice, you can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. All right, let's do this thing. I wonder if we have enough evidence to do this in day 1 or if it'll be another investigation on day 2. Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand. Tracy Wright, magician. Here comes a liar, the deceitful witch, throw the murderer in jail, the last member of that criminal troupe. Boo, we don't want to see you on any stage. Order, the gallery will be quiet or I will have you all thrown out on the spot. Well, what's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Rattin's invited. What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out. Now then, Miss Wright. This court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to the rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue. She's gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and get victory already. Get out of that penalty. Silence, all of you. I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify? Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor. Tracy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened. Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Ah, Tracy is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the true grammar creed even now. She really is something else. It's showtime for Magical Girl Tracy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody. Oh, we should get a lot of movement in this too. The stupendous sword switch. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention to this sword. Oh, nice. We get the true grammar theme as well. That's cool. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp the blade truly is. Nice. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I've switched it. And now... Hup. As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber. Nice. Bravo, Miss Wright. Wow, she switched them in a flash. I couldn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around. The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering. What? Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know. I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show. So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain. That is exactly why he was stabbed from behind. Exactly. So see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for whether it's also when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now. Now would I? That's it, Tracy. Yeah, still. Miss Wright, that part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the soul switching trick you do for the show, right? Right, the other parts like the apple were just to help with my explanation here in court. That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there. And now I've found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Now, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic. I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Alright. This is cool. I like the interactivity and a lot more they're doing with the 3D models as well. It's cool. So, I want to just watch the show footage again so we see the movements now that she's got a comparison here. I wish we had a slider so we could just track back and forth on it, but okay. Mr. Hat spun there. She didn't spin yet. We don't see Trucy. She hasn't spun. She, that we see, didn't spin before stabbing into the coffin. And,
Hold it!
Okay. Please be careful, Miss Wright. Don't worry, I've practiced this trick 1,000 times. That's right, Apollo. I have to give Trissy some credit. She knows what she's doing. I know, but it still makes me nervous every time. Well, that's what magic is all about. A truly great magician can make her audience experience all kinds of thrills and chills. I guess you're right. I better try not to interrupt her too much while she's doing the trick. I don't want to distract her or break her concentration. And now, ladies and gentlemen, back to the exciting world of magic.
Hold it!
Miss Wright, please don't swing that big dangerous thing. It's all just Apollo being worried. Somebody could get hurt. Apollo, please don't shout when I'm swinging said blade around. Somebody could get hurt. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't help myself. You should know better than to talk to me when I'm on stage. Mr. Justice, I'll see you in my chambers after court is adjourned. I don't suppose someone can make me disappear before that happens. Let's just watch quietly, shall we, Apollo? Now back to the show.
Hold it!
Okay. So it's definitely a real sword, right? Now, Apollo. I know you're excited, but you have to control yourself. Mr. Justice, if we needlessly interrupt this wonderful magic show again, I will be forced to bring my very real gavel down on your head. The judge seems to be completely taken in by Trissy's magic. Yeah, it's like she's cast a magic spell over him. She's a hex girl, gonna cast a spell on you, gonna cast a spell on you. I better not interrupt her anymore, there's no telling what the judge might do to me. Miss Wright, please ignore any further outbursts from Mr. Justice and proceed with your spectacular trick. Alright, here we go then. They're gonna press it all. And ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and...
Hold it!
And hold it, yep. Oops, I did it again. I've had it up to here, Apollo. Can't you just listen quietly like a big boy? Sorry about that, I got a little too worked up. Apollo? Now, boys and girls, watch carefully and please don't kick the seat in front of you. I'll now take this sword and...
Hold it!
So you switched swords when you spun around just now? That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show too. But I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now though. The key point is the sword switching. If only I could preach you did it during the actual show too. Alright. Prove that she switched them during the show. What's the matter, Apollo? You look troubled. Oh, it's nothing. Uh-oh, this is quite the pickle. How should I go about handling this? It looked like Mr. Hat did it, not her. Miss Wright, please continue your trick. So if we're just switching the swords. Yeah. I don't know if there's much point, but I'm gonna press every single one. Well, watch out! Nick, what do you think you're doing, Apollo? But you're putting yourself in danger. I couldn't just stand by and not say something. Mr. Justice, you're putting your head in danger of meeting my gavel. Apollo, you better apologize before you become this case's next victim. I'm very sorry, everyone. How did it come to this? He's such a clown. Alright, boys and girls, if you want to ask for an encore, wait until the end, okay? Now then, my sword was sharp as steel just moments ago, but...
Hold it!
Wow, that's incredible. When in the world did you switch them? Okay, I'm just gonna ask stupid questions. Huh? But I explained it once already. Could you show it to me again? Sure, but remember, a magician doesn't usually share his secrets. So this is a very special exception. And I'm very grateful for your generosity, believe me. I better take a good hard look at the instant she switches the swords. Even though she explains how she does it, I still can't see her do it. It blows me away no matter how many times I watch. Yeah, me too, but his luring gun should be able to see it. What is it, Apollo? Did you notice anything about the way Tracy moves during the trick? Even like her movements? I don't get it. What's the real story, Tracy? Okay. I mean, she obviously slowed it down for the example. So, what I think I want to do is present the video here.
Objection!
There we go. Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo? There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage. What? But that can't be! I performed exactly the same way both times! And what's going on here? Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. Yeah, I knew it. But Mr. Hat twirls around the same. What? But I did it! So it really is the exact moment you switch the swords? Yes, that's right. I knew it. We had to do it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused's lies for. Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure.
Objection!
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I am afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false. Let's take my suckers off again. I'm figuring out if I'm a little bit cool or a little bit warm. She was twirling in this way. That's what I wonder. But I was thinking it's even... If we have a look here and watch Mr. Hat. As we go along, he twirls there. I reckon that's where a sword swap happened. Mr. Hat goes up, she appears. This is already the rubber sword that she got from Mr. Hat. She knew it was a rubber sword because the weight felt different in her hand, so she didn't swap it. That's my theory at the moment. Because it was them trying to catch her out by doing the trick like she practiced it and swapping the sword to the steel sword so that she would actually stab the body. The claims of this witness are false. But now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. Yeah. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Race's death was not an accident, but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still? It was, after all, your own assertion. The defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now. But there is a discrepancy and it must mean something, I'm sure of it. But the defense team kindly save this back until after court is adjourned. Now, after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan. Now, replace the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I've come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions. It's such a shame. But I did switch the swords, I swear. You're knee deep in it now, Justice. Excuse me. Let's see. You are which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Botty. It's Bonnie. You're mixing the two names together, Your Honor. Oh, pardon. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie? Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to testify. About what? The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Tracy killed Mr. Reyes. Bonnie? Hey, what's the big idea? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe him. What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Tracy said something to me once. Huh? She said no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. And she got that from being a professional lawyer, but sure. Isn't that right, Tracy? Bonnie. I was being afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. And when I saw Tracy today, she gave me the strength. She's gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up on your finger already. Give me that melody. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I'll show you exactly what happened. Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. Yeah, what have you done to my sister, Tracy Wright? You practically brainwashed her. Yeah, that's because you're not in control, Betty. It's the power of Tracy's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart. Yeah, Tracy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess? Yes. Ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage. What do you mean by that, Bonnie? I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection!
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. And it was live streamed, like, it's pretty hard to fake that. Although this recording could be doctored. That could be a thing. What's new in this section? Oh. There's a thing here. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday. We didn't see the body.
Objection!
Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. What can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show? Well, I have some show footage. You do? One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me through the entire show. And then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present. Well, that was the dude we talked to. Oh, nice. He did. To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Hold it!
But please submit that footage to the court. Now then, let's take a look at this new footage. Okay, let's have a squeeze. Oh, that's from that angle? That wouldn't... Wait, what? That angle wouldn't be able to be used on television? You can see the back of the prop. And she ran into him. What kind of cameraman is that? Well, wow. Okay, then. He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he? I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work. Well, Defense, you believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Of course I do. Okay, so how are we going to go about this? Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between them. An inconsistency, huh? Yes, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick out what's different between the two, we'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Very well, I will allow it. What a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? Look, we should know, but I hope they just do it as a side-by-side on screen and then we can stop at a certain point and then point it out. No, I've never done it before. Apollo. Why? I'll give you a little lesson then. Here's a video plays buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through, use fast forward. If you want to go back, use rewind. If you want to hold the playback, just use the pause. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the player is back is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback. Okay, so how do I switch between the two videos? Just a switch camera button. Okay. If you find the difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present it to the court. Thanks for thinking you really know your stuff. Not really, I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it. What? I sure hope she guessed it right. The sword! See, Mr. Hat would have had a sword unless that was the one Tracy picked up when they swapped over. And if they... Alright, I'll give it a try. Okay, let's see. So what am I looking at? Oh, M and B. Okay. They're weird buttons for this. Here. The thing is, I don't know if I would be able to see the sword. I should be able to see the sword over the top of the coffin. I would think, unless that angle is way too low. Like, what was this dude doing? Laying on the ground? Right. So we see that there, she does the kiss. He's there, goes across. I think I saw cards in this one. Let me check that. Yep, the crate was looking at her legs. Cards. We don't see cards in this. We should see those cards, hang on. If we go back slightly, there's no cards in this. So what if I want to present... Oh, I had the blooming cursor in the wrong spot. Dagnabbit. I should have saved it as well. It's a long time. It's starting to make my eyes feel funny. Is there something like a light strain? Okay, no. He's on his ancient eyes. Okay, that was my bad. I didn't shift the cursor. I found it, I think. I can't save it anyway. I want to present that. There we go. I just didn't shift the cursor, silly me. This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, the playing cards don't appear on the video shot from the front. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What? Mr. Justice, does this mean? Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited. Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what we can find out. Yes, Your Honor. Yep, he's gonna step in, isn't he? It's you. Now hold up, it's all just a big misunderstanding, believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right, sorry about that, got ahead of myself there. Here is my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Sadmo. Please take my card. A business card? Ah, yes, I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I will familiarize myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or what's crack-a-lackin', homie, for example. What's crack-a-lackin'? Oh, you're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before. Yes, Roger Ratings, otherwise known as the Ratings Raha. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby." Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raha. Hang loose, judgy baby. A nice courtroom you got here. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Submarty, how do you know so much about him? He did his research, I told you before. In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raha Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. What? You went to Burger Barn? Man, this guy has all the time in the world, it seems like. Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? 'Cause that line, phew. Compared to my ascetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in the line for burgers. Prosecutor Submarty's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside. Mr. Ratchett, what is this misunderstanding? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You don't get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Okay. This is going to be edited in a different way, isn't it? Yeah. Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be. Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. I still want to get the unedited footage from the station as well. Playlist should still be on that. Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Reyes. Yeah, see? That's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Reyes when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse. So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I say Trucy murdered Mr. Reyes when she was hidden from behind the set piece. And the killer put the steel sword in that rack. I remember noticing, like, we found the steel sword as the murder weapon in the rack. When we were investigating the crime scene. This is the video, that's the edited one. I don't know why there's no fast forward and all that controls on this one. They really should have done that anyway. I don't know if it's clear in this one, or it might be in the other one. Yeah, puppet's flown up. She was there. No sword. So it's not right behind her there. It's there when she yeah, she puts it in there, and I thought that was it. She puts the sword away and then opens up the coffin to show. And then we're led to believe like that sword swapped at one point, because that's where we found the murder weapon when we were inspecting the scene. Yeah. The real one was used. I'm not 100% sure she used the steel sword. That's probably the argument they're going for. What I'm thinking of is that they swapped the sword with Mr. Hat. Then she swapped it again, so it swapped back to the steel sword. Is the intention they were going for. Because Mr. Hat does a spin as well, but it might have just been to trick you into thinking that's just a fancy move they do for flair. We'll see which way this goes, because I still 100% think that Trucy would know the difference in weight between a rubber sword and a steel sword, and wouldn't stab into it if it was the steel sword. Because she'd go, oh, that's a bit heavy for the rubber sword. Oh, he's the killer, 100%. He is the real Mr. Reyes, because this is a stand-in. Because in the photo, he has the scar. And then in this image, there's no scar on his arm. That means that is not the real Mr. Reyes that was ousted out of Troop Grammary. Explains how he also was doing that trick to make the camera disappear. I say, Tracy murdered Mr. Reyes when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon and no one would be the wiser. Yeah, hired actor. He got killed. He was man of mystery. He got killed to frame Trucy. Yeah. Oh, he was hired on and then didn't expect to be killed, but he ended up dying anyway. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage too. Yeah, I thought that was just Mr. Hat going up because he was pulled up. It's towards the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easy to just see it for yourselves. Okay, so they're gonna point that out. Now we get a different angle. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. It's bloody yeah, he looks like Trucy, doesn't he? She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. Bruh. Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. Yeah, just after panic running to the side of stage, of course, yep. And that's not all, aren't we forgetting? And the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage. You see, there's your second misunderstanding right there, Your Honor. Would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV and I've always wanted to give it a shot. That would be fine with me, Prosecutor Sabmarty. Well, this is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the comic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I've got to say. Promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites of for the victim, I will have you removed. Hey. Right, with Prosecutor Sabmarty's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Rittens. Roger Rittens, awaiting Raha. Now, Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. Yeah, that's it. Listen up, loyal viewers. It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. For something like a live event, you cut between the multiple cameras you have. This guy does mass media, and he only had one usable camera. He is shocking. He should have had 3 cameras. One should be on a fixed wide, one was following Bonnie, and the other was following Trucy, all from a shot that they could use on stage. Oh, it doesn't have to be a fixed wide. It could have had a camera person on there and it was a wide. There's one camera. So this is the one camera, and then they edited the footage out of this one. And see, as the only usable camera, because the other one that Bonnie showed was unusable because it showed off the back of the props. This one is the only camera, which is why we don't have a view of the damn body coming out of the coffin. This is the edited one, and then they just... And there's the cut. You notice it now, you know about it. Nothing else is edited out of this apart from that. And blood and well shouldn't have been. And all the things would be cutting between the 3 cameras for the live performance and then top and tailing it mainly. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together and longer boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. Bruh, that was one of the most interesting parts of the trick. She uses the cars to distract the enemy while she's preparing her sword to be able to do the trick to get the coffin out. It's all part of the illusion. He does not understand television at all. Fake. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? This effort must be cancelled. Must pay $3 million. Ulterior motive, that is it. I see. So saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut. That's right. I'm glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. Oh, it sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There, I got some good stuff there. Mr. Rattins, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Also, he had to be the one filming Bonnie. Because he's a sugar daddy or whatever. Oops, my bad, Judge. If the defense has an issue, it can point it out during his cross-examination. Alright. I don't know what I'm going to present to this, but let's press it all as well. Because sometimes you get achievements and stuff from pressing them. And we get more information in general. Really? I've never heard of anyone who say that. There's common knowledge in the TV world. Oh yeah, your money fam. You got any idea what a snooze cruise it'd be to watch a magic show without editing? A magic show like that one anyway. That was ice cold. Anyway, editing is what makes TV worth watching. Bro. I am offended by this guy talking about editing.
Hold it!
Like this. Are you saying you thought there were boring scenes in Miss Wright's magic show? Yeah, that twirl was not to be a boring part of the scene. You gotta ask if that script and presentation deserve a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as is would have been a complete disaster. They weren't broadcasting live, obviously, because they recorded... No, wait. Weren't they broadcasting live? I got that impression when they were introducing the setup. Did I make that up? Obviously, in this case, then they were recording it and editing it and releasing an edited version to broadcast later on, and all the stuff happened. That's why I had to edit the footage. Just what a TV man does. What didn't you like about the show exactly? The whole thing was a major snooze fest. Maybe common folk like you don't get it. But a show's only as good as how loud, flashy, and trashy it is. It was plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash. I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on evidence and testimony. Exactly, whether it's showbiz or the legal biz, we gotta do what we gotta do to get the job done. Anyway, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry. I hate this guy. It was not great before, now I absolutely hate him.
Hold it!
It wasn't done maliciously, but I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will towards Troop Gramarye. Huh? What makes you think that? The things that you yourself have said. You'll see, I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Gramarye magicians. A bunch of lowlifes. And I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time.
Objection!
Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. For example, though I bear the defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing lout of a lawyer. You bear me no ill will? Could have fooled me. And yet, it is the truth. I am only strict on you as it seems you have strayed from the path. If you have any objection, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence in the future. Mr. Martinez, please continue your testimony. I'm gonna reload the chat. Okay.
Hold it!
A coincidence. Of all the scenes you have cut, why the soul switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot. It's hard being the boss, kid. You're gonna make the tough choices, like which content gets cut. But let me ask you this, why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. Actually, if you're editing it for artistic vision, part of the contract should have been Trucy getting a say in how it's edited. But this is a very, very, very bare contract. It only has 2 articles. Then again, confer all program broadcasting rights to the first party, so he had complete control of that, so I guess that's that. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. And boy, do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Oh, okay. Are we going for this now? No. Okay. Ill will towards the defendant. Staged by Roger, yeah. What about the script? That's not it either. What shows bearing ill will towards it if not those things? Oh, I guess that could have been laughed off as just a prank, bro.
Take that!
Huh? What's that you got there? The clipboard, okay. Used in a different circumstance than I thought. This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads... Oh, why is... Hey, I presented the contract and you didn't like it. Okay. If, through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. I couldn't agree more, and of course Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Now, nevertheless, Roger Rettins had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, conned her into signing it. Con her? How did you do that? There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy a signature onto other documents. Yep, carbon paper, that was the name. Oh, come on now, that's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay her up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million, that's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Richards.
Hold it!
No, press it all. Yeah, who gave it to her? There was someone off screen. This clipboard is yours though, isn't it, Mr. Rittins? Well, it belongs to the TV station anyway, that much I know. Maybe it was an old prop from one of our TV shows that got used by mistake. Or maybe he used it on purpose, to con Miss Wright.
Objection!
Mr. Rittins has already stated that he did not. Mr. Justice, please do not use this trial to try to get out of paying your agency's debt. But that's not what I'm doing. Proof Mr. Rittins is connected to the carbon paper, huh? But Trucy's signature was copied into the fake contract. And there must be an original contract that Trucy actually did sign. True, but I bet Rittins is too savvy to leave something like that behind as evidence. What if her signature was copied onto more than just a fake contract? Like a third document with Trucy's signature on it? Yeah, that one. Have you seen anything like that though? Yes, of course we have, sir. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Let me continue my testimony. Okay. I'll press this and then we can go around again. What other scenes did you cut from the footage? Huh? Oh, no others, I guess. Just straight up. If you're gonna edit stuff out and say it was all boring, bruh, why did you edit out that one section when you're not editing out any others? I hate this guy. You mean you only edited out the sword switching trick scene and nothing else? Don't you think it's too much of a stretch to claim that it's mere coincidence?
Objection!
No matter how artificial you find the affair, stranger things have happened on their own. That is, unless you have something with which to prove otherwise, defense. Well, if you have a valid criticism of Mr. Rittins' testimony, feel free to counter with evidence. Well, Apollo, it sure make things easier if we had some. I think the defense team needs to be edited out of this trial. That's what they need. I'll have to clean up this footage later. He isn't really going to put this on TV, is he? Proof that Trucy's signature was copied, huh? But we don't have proof. That's why our agency is under seizure right now. True, or do we? Yeah, we do. So we gotta present and present now. You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken, especially when it's paperwork. Hey kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster? Think of the viewers. I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. Yeah, lying to the court especially. Whoa, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. Yes, keep going. He's not even paying attention, is he? These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitively prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. I didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. To get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Ettins. The fact that you bear ill will against my client. So the show footage was definitely additive with malicious intentions, isn't that right?
Objection!
What a forced argument, defense. We have really proven not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. Pecuniary. Relating to or consisting of money. Okay, I hadn't heard that one before as much. That's interesting. Cool, we're learning a new word, pecuniary. Well, that's right, I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I've never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? Ah. No. I know I'm onto your trick. I've played enough Ace Attorney by now to know your trick. Yeah, it's still punishable by jail. That's a separate court case. He didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see, I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those grammar magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. Cause he is mysterious. I'm just waiting for his sleeve to pull down and reveal the scar. Can't prove it with anything, but the things he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Attins and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Oh. No. They probably did. If it was 13 years ago, that was when she was 4. That would have been when she was still with Zach and Troop Grammary. Connection? Oh, what is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims. Which future game to start with? Because if you say a spoiler, I might not remember by the time I play it anyway, if it's ages away. Probably not. As far as story and stuff goes, I'd probably prefer to leave that as I'll discover it when I play it. Because that's part of the fun, especially on stream. Surely it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Well, I really? Very well, then do proceed. What am I doing with my blanket? Did you figure something out, Apollo? If I really remember it. Well, we'll encounter it on stream, so you should be there for it whenever I play it. I wonder if I'll just keep going on Ace Attorney for ages and at least get on. But I do kind of feel like having a break after this game for at least a game or two. Not huge ones, but break it up a bit, you know. Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing. If you're going to make such a bold claim, Miss Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Rattins? They're dating! Oh, I have to say that. Oh, I have to. They're dating. I don't even like to imagine this, but could it be possible the two of them are dating? If Mr. Rattins and Miss Wright were in a relationship. Oh, that's good. Yes, viewers love a secret romance to dish about. Yes, Trucy and I love each other so much. She's going to introduce me to her father sometime real soon. Bruh.
Objection!
Tracy would never fall for a guy like you. Not in a million years. Mr. Justice, are you aware that you're objecting to your own argument? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but when I saw Mr. Rattins' antics, I just had to speak out. Personally, I can't say that I blame you for wanting to do that. But you're the one who came up with such a disturbing idea in the first place. What was I even thinking? All that ended up doing was grossing everyone out. No, why don't you try again, Mr. Justice? What is the hidden connection? Okay, well, we're gonna say he's a magician. That's the actual answer. I want to finish this section and then finish playing it for tonight. I need to get up the stuff that I'm streaming, it's fun. I can catch up later. Rattins is a magician too. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Rattins did during a recess earlier. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Rattins is a magician too? What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way.
Objection!
Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Quranism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he isn't gonna get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Rattins perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Well, I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will toward the accused. I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony. Pony we'll go with. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. Ha ha ha! Numbskull! A numbskull for a numbskull. Well, numbskull has a thick skin, so there. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Tracy, is it? Hold on. I can think of one person, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Tracy. Finally, he's figuring it out. Slowly but surely. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Grammary. Oh? No. No way. Yes, wait, I figured this out ages ago, come on. Is something wrong, Mr. Justice? Your Honour, the defence wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see, and what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? And what have you come up with this time, defence? Yeah, I like the idea that he just sounds tired of all this crap. Tracy Wright is the sole heir to Troop Grammary and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points towards the person with that grudge against Miss Wright. Okay, I'm going to use the cancelled poster.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? And Valor Grammary is still around. 13 years ago, the great Mr. Arias belonged to Troop Grammary. But then the troop ousted him, and Mr. Arias vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? And Thalas is still around, yeah. I feel like it's such a missed opportunity to see Thalas interacting with Tracy and Apollo and having the siblings reveal. But Mr. Race is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? What do you mean, is he really dead? If the fact that Mr. Race is a victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Reyes? He is a man of mystery. What? You mean the victim was an imposter? The whole time. Not Mr. Reyes, and what about the real Mr. Reyes? It would mean the real Mr. Reyes is still alive. That's absurd. Just roll up your sleeve, dude. That'll solve everything. Look for the blood. No, he's literally got a scar on his arm. He can prove that he's the Mr. Reyes from back then. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Reyes and not the victim of this case? It's all coming together now. Oh yeah. Finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. Yeah, exactly. It's the same sorts of things. Okay, this should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troop Grammary and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Reyes in his stead. The real Mr. Reyes is Lemon Roger.
Take that!
But that's... Yes, it is. Roger returns. He's the real Mr. Reyes. The music is building. What?
Objection.
Oh, there's Naruto ninjutsuing again. Oh, hollow red pepper, your impotent seeds sprout naught but meaningless, empty words. It's the famous killer master mask. Yes. Oh, this is cool music, okay. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. All he needs to do is roll his sleeve up. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera. But not even die-hard fans of the genre will stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that the Mr. Reyes in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need to look at this spot on this poster. Yep, the scar, the whole time. This is the injury Mr. Reyes sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Now, Mr. Rettins, what do you suppose we'd find if we look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? He's remaining silent. Well, Mr. Rettins, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Ha 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 ha. Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see? It is him. Oh, there it is, the scar. Just as I thought. That's right, I'm the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Reyes. I hate him for what he said about editing. Anyway. This is totally absurd. He got caught out too. Yep, he lied completely. Yep. He's committed perjury. I mean, under contempt of court, perjury, all that. Ho ho ho! How ironic, wouldn't you say? But this odious mask carved into me by true gramarye. Nice rhyming. Would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the coming threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Reyes, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? It's Man of Mystery! Duh! They identified him already. He's Man of Mystery. He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. Huh. Any question he didn't age? No. S35 isn't too bad as far as the age difference. 13 years, he was 30. He's 35. That's not too much of a difference in age. You could pass that off, I guess. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Reyes. In confidence, I told him my true identity. and let him take on my mantle. And when did this man take over for? About 2 years ago, I taught him my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight, courtesy of my magic, on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show. You really had us all fooled. Mr. Rettins, or should I say, Mr. Reyes, in your hatred of Troop Grammary, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery. Mr. Mystery! And then set up Miss Right to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Grammary name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. The speech patterns have changed as well. Yet you learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Grammaries.
Objection!
But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Ah. Yikes, eek! His head! Just kidding. Well, what the heck was that? Heed my words, loyal lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. Or do you believe I told you that my magic is real and employs neither tricks nor gimmicks? Enough for the ambiguity, why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever, wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmuddy? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? Recall, defense, that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Rettins was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. We don't have anything to say about that. No, not really. Yeah, that's right. I forgot all about that. So what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi. Very well then, on with the show. Are you watching a magnific Grammary? How's he doing that? That has to be real magic. Oh, he's burning money, probably. That'll do it. The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Grammary line will be no more. But Valent's still not kicking around. If Trucy doesn't, like, if Trucy loses a Grammary Secrets, wouldn't that automatically go to Valent then? A perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. That coin is in time. I was just thinking about that. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask myself if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. A legal guardian, it could do that. I thought it would go Trucy and then Valent as the line of succession. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theatre with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? His staff did say he was there at the station. Yeah, he did adopt her officially. I don't know how the law would work in regards to the rights to the magic tricks in this world. So it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. But that can't be right. If Mr. Martins is the killer, he'd have to have been at the theatre. There's got to be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Reyes' stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. Okay. I'm gonna get this done.
Hold it!
But you did come to the theatre eventually, isn't that right? Indeed, anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theatre. Let's see, my journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theatre during those 10 minutes killing the victim? Allow me a stab at reading your mind. Aha, could I have been at the theatre during those 10 minutes killing the victim? How in the... Next you'll say, how in the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the ratings Raha. I even gave him my card. He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of you. You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. No, we never give up.
Hold it!
What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project. You see, one moment, perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a ratings Raha special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. He switched personas just to say that. What's the show about? Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. Bruh. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Musical shit. Musical chairs? Surely you could do something better than that. Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity. Hey, haven't lost a court case yet. And let the ratings Raha produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be a true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of the program during the premiere's performance.
Hold it!
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic is neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody. He's the complete opposite of Tracy, yep. And there are many people here in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he has been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him. He could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know. It's eerie how perfect it is. Yeah, set it up, obviously. Has it all been revealed to you now? One more press and then we see.
Hold it!
I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe. Oh, Apollo. We just did that trick. It wouldn't happen again. Again with the twin business. You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? Yeah, exactly. If you do not believe in events, why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twin series is a little far-fetched. Okay, it's one with a different thing, because that faded to black. Okay. Ah, his alibi really is airtight. I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does intend to indeed harbour some ill will towards the defendant, there's no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of Your Honour's head. It is? The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Apollo, Trizzy will be thrown in prison and we'll be out of a job. But if you can catch tasty fishies, will you send me some at a good price? I told you I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice, you have to figure this out. It's no use. Can't find a single flaw, so what now? Ho ho ho, behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Reyes. And stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Ha 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 ha. Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is. Let's go. Let's figure it out. Could it be? You know what, Mr. Rittins? I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? I just remembered something Trizzy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Richards' magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? If I reevaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe. Athena. There's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Richins' alibi, it's too perfect. That's true, it's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. Maybe that's the trick, maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. Oh, I'm not following. We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? It's definitely a possibility. What the defense care to share with everyone what is discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is one key assumption in taking for granted the whole time. Okay, what options have we got? The guilt culprit was on scene. The crime scene. I like the idea going the culprit was on scene. Let's try that one. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theatre at the time of the crime? What if there was somewhere to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Retin's perfect alibi would become irrelevant.
Objection!
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we also saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection!
But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if it's not the culprit, then whose is it? I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. Okay, we've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor, during the magic show itself. In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Alright. It's the shadow of Mr. Hat. There.
Take that!
Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Miss Fry, could you identify this shadow for the court? Let's see, I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. See, I knew it was Mr. Hat from the start, alright. But when he's being pulled up from the stage of the catwalk over by wire. Then could this shadow that's shown here later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you need to be a bit more specific than that, Mr. Justice. He's right, we've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is the second shadow shown in the footage? Oh, it is... Okay, I'll just... What if it was... Well, he's got the attachment to him, why else would it be? If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Reyes. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery. The victim? Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Rittins? Indeed, and what of it? I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. So suggesting that, after pretending to be dead in a coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says. Exactly, we just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true pièce de résistance of the culprit murderous magic show. He's sweating. Don't tell me, you've got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. And we can just look beyond Mr. Attenzi's last bit of misdirection. We should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk just like Mr. Hat, and hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. I just had to figure out what else happened up there at that time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To murder him, I reckon. Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up before he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die, when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out just how these two questions relate, the answers should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. After Miss Wright was called backstage, and just as the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. Oh, that's why Mr. Hat's cloak was ripped. Oh, that's a great detail that you don't pick up on the first time around. It was probably a knife or blade of some sort. What? You mean? Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. And straight into a blade there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What? Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Attenz was at the time of the death. Yeah. All according to Keikaku. But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? And we got a clue to that because Mr. Hat should have been on the other side before. Just before the murder occurred. Oh, we got a 3D diagram again. The dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. It and Mr. Man of Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view, and that's why nobody saw the blade. Yeah. Oh, then a big gash in Mr. Hat's cape! The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up to the cushion. So Bonnie's mistake. Yeah, interesting. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Tracy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Rittins used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. That's neat. That's a neat nuance to the relationship too. After the incident occurred, Mr. Rittins arrived at the theatre. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. And it's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. And then not long after, he appeared outside like, oh, what's going on? Establishing an arrival on the scene after it happened. Oh, that's neat. A horrific murder camouflaged by spectacular magic show? That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Miss Routines, who killed the victim, all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Gramarye! Yeah, it's okay. And then your fireball jutsu will come out. Right. Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. Hey, he can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sabmuddy? Sabmuddy? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Routines retrieved it after the fact. Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But surely we would be able to see a hole in the cushion, right? Because it was through the cushion. We also already said that Mr. Hat's cape was sliced. Without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? That's where the blood-stained sword was found, after all. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage. Trucy Wright remains his prime suspect. Yeah, he does look like a monkey when he makes those reactions. It would appear that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It is time at last to let it go and move on. Ho 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 ho. Are you seeing this magnificent Gramarye? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Gramarye name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here. I know, that's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed? Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means the best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's got to be something Routines couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murder streak. Yeah, it's the Mr. Hat placement. Get ready, Mr. Routines, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. Alright, we're doing the Mind Palace thing. As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder would have happened without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. I'll part of the magic show yet. Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie made a mistake. Woohoo! Oh, this is fancy. They definitely changed how this looks. This. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make? Oh, it's the Miss Ad's positioning. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of to the left, Tracy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show script. But the copper didn't know that when he first arrived at the theatre, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. What part of the cover-up attempt was affected by Tracy's new position? The edited show footage. No. The discrepancy between two videos proved the footage had been edited. That didn't have anything to do with Tracy's position. In that case... Okay. Fingerprints on the coffin has to be... No, that's not right. Okay, no one affect the placement of fingerprints outside the coffin. Okay, yeah. Okay, my brain was just not thinking right. So it's the blood in the coffin hole? Oh, right. Because the blood in the coffin hole would have to be on the correct side. The blood was on the wrong side of the coffin too. See, we didn't see that. I think Tracy had appeared on the left side. The coffin must have put the blood in the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. Yeah, I missed that part because that was something the prosecution mentioned. And I don't think it was listed in the court record, so I couldn't double check it. Damn. If the killer originally put the blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the coffin must have swapped the coffin sides. Oh, right, because they were swappable pieces, yeah. That's it. Yeah. That's right, the left and right side panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. The fingerprints inside of the coffin, right. I remember now, there was something unnatural about the coffin. It's just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Tins, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? And there's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, no trick. No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. Well, what? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Yeah. And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. Something that only those, the dark side of the Force could achieve. This proves Roger didn't tamper with the crime scene after the murder took place. Where does it say it? Hang on. I want to make sure I get the right piece of evidence here. It was inside the coffin. The fingerprints were reversed from how it would have been in there. Yes, this one.
Take that!
The fingerprinting results. What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, the prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing that way, wouldn't you agree? Ah. It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the copper thought the magic show had gone according to script. The copper thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Mrs. Wright would pop up to the left side of the coffin as per the show's script. He then assumes she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the blood stain, the copper must have realised his mistake. He found out that due to one his mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was the side opposite the one that Tracy used. Oh boy, to make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around. The prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing. Oh, right, luminol, almost forgot. Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right, wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Attins? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection!
Tracy Wright could have done the same just as easily. I have no proof it was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection!
Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all, Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. He mucked up by not being on the scene. This is interesting. But damn, if he hadn't done that tiny mistake, he would be screwed. Why, you impudent. I'm sure you've realised by now, Prosecutor Sardmuddy, that your claim that Miss Wright is a culprit just doesn't hold up. Fair. You and the accused are certainly something. I'm most certainly bound for hell. Objection. Really, Miss Wright and I? Because I'd think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. He got it in the face with the beads. Total knockout. But Prosecutor Sardmuddy, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go but didn't actually see it, and someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Attins. Gramarye! All the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently. He hasn't broken down yet. All of my secrets have been revealed, you say. Oh boy, It don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true, real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mysterious. Witness of magic far greater than true Gramarye's. Burn. Grumble. Valen. Okay. Fall to my furious flames. The great Mysterious. We'll bring an end to you all! Okay, that was all the Gramarys. And now for the final ad, the Gramarye name. Right here, right now, you too shall burn, huh? No, this isn't right. Ah! No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. Ah! What? Ah! Stop! No! Ah! Curse you, Gregory! Damn. That was a neat breakdown. I didn't understand why he would have mucked up his whole show with his laughing mask. Curse those Grammaries. It's all because of them. Even now they ruined me. Curse them all to the abyss. You really hate us that much? Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnific Grammary, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifi, he took it all from me. But that's no excuse. There's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me. That's all. I get it now. That attitude toward magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. Yeah, I guess right. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? And if not for that lawyer over there, you will be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right, I didn't see through your tricks. You see, so in the end, Troop Grammary was defeated by the great Mysterious. Ho ho ho. You're not fit to lecture me on high trucy right. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Gah! Gah! Take that, Grubbery! You lose! If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court in my prison can but burn in the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Routines away and bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. Damn. It looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show. It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Tracy look so down? Miss Wright? Yes, Your Honor? I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer? As I do? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant Tracy Wright. And the prosecutor knocked himself out too. Oh, he's standing up again. Okay, interesting. Court is adjourned. Interesting. Okay, what do I think of San Marty? They're leaning very heavily on the Koreanism stuff, which does connect it back to the first case more. I do hope we still get a bit more variation in persecutors compared to Dual Destinies. Alright. Thank you for everything, Polly! Oh, Trucy, grazie a Dio! Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as you planned. Just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Reyes is gone, I need to find somebody to replace him. Apollo. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Trucy, I'm sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Attins used us. We're victims too. He even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill the mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Attins. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. Ah, yeah, you silly Barker. Oh, I hate you, Barker. I guess he really does hate me. But Betty, why? I used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, just shut up. I've always hated her. Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? So speak for yourself. But Betty, you still have her autograph from that day. Ah, just shut up! Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Yep, she's a tsundere for Trucy, 100%. Wow, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. Hee hee, you're really excited about performing Trucy again, aren't you? But that's not true, so zip it, dummy. Polly? Do you think I really am a naive greenhorn? Huh? No way, she's not. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? Not for that lawyer over there, you would be on our way to prison as we speak. You're right, I didn't see through your tricks. You see, so in the entry grammar, he was defeated by the great Mysterious. Ho ho ho, you're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy, right? You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Rattin said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful grammary magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo, but what makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful grammary magician because of this. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. We have not used this as evidence throughout the case, obviously. My grandfather's notebook. The Grammary Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You are everything Magnific could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy. A great magician? Me? You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Retin said. Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been alone up there. And I was able to keep smiling because of you. Me? I remember what you said to me in the detention centre. After all, sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. And I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. But how can you say that? I don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You gave me everything I was meant to be. Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Emma? I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Samadi what a good person you are. She's still got the snackoos! And I had to testify against you too. You have nothing to apologise for. You're just doing your job. Yeah, you're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh. Prosecutor Samadi, what are you doing here? Detective Sky. Yes? I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. But wait, Prosecutor Samadi! The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? You really changed, Naita. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Wait, he knew him? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Naita? Now, if you will excuse me. There he goes. What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Samadi? Let's just say we're old acquaintances. Acquaintances? It seemed like something more than that. Yeah, well, you don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject. I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now, come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future. Sure, if you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. Yeah, let's go. I can report the good news to Phoenix. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened to the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo. Phew, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime. But me? Really? Yes, you're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. For full-fledged lawyer, I still can't wrap my head around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Full-fledged. So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right? No, he just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. The best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but good, then it's settled. Let's go. Oh, we're gonna get an ending cutscene. The 29th, let's go. The next day.
Objection!
I should have known. He's stuck. That is what she meant. That this is what she meant. Magical girl Tracy right. We're not performing her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. I like how she turned that phrase around to use it. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop, no! And that is how Tracy and Grammary land and on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams. What kind of an ending is that? All right, nice. I quite enjoyed that. Have fun characters. It used the magical stuff really well for the crime, I thought. That was good. Had some twists that I didn't completely expect. Let's see the start of the next one. I'm going to finish up here. The Rite of Turnabout. Okay.
Wakey, wakey, 201. Got some more questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
Nice. April and now we're in May. Okay, it must have been a couple of weeks that Phoenix had to wait. Alright, we'll see that next time though.